Perfect. Hi. Recording. How are you? How was the day? We have the AC running, so my voice might sound weird. Also, I have forgotten to enable the chat here, so I can't. I mean, I can read you, but not really. You know, the usual. The usual. Uh, welcome. Hi. Recording. Um, yeah, I did. I did. It was kind of the day today. There was like more stuff, but in between the more stuff, there was some Apple related stuff happening. Can Discord just send a message, please? Thank you. God damn, that was 16 minutes for one single thing. Oh, I have the most fluffiest hair today. It's pretty appreciated. We like it, but goddamn. Let me pop out chart. 1 second. I mean, not for 1 second. And then load. uh, no, they didn't. We're gonna go through all of that. They kind of did, they kind of didn't. I could see why you would potentially think that. It makes sense, but they kind of didn't, and it's really sad because they almost did. Almost did. Uh, they have things that they say are in place, and the reason why I'm saying it's not in place, they are in place, but it's not in place, is because if you have to go into the accessibility settings to enable things to make regular users' lives accessible, it's shit. And right now, that's the case. It's in order for some people to have like better accessibility and better contrast ratio, you go into the uh, reduce transparency things for all of the thing that they are talking about, like the fact that if it's on light background, you have a darker shadow that is happening, right? That's the thing that you're talking about. And if you are in like different surfaces, you have some backgrounds that are added, specifically if it's at the top, if it's a navigation, you have the uh, scroll position, or I forgot exactly the name, but like there is like a scrolling type of things, which is bringing some sort of things at the bottom. Um, but yeah, it's the Mac cursor is fine. I like it. I don't mind it. And I don't care, to be honest. It's a cursor. There is nothing else there that really changed other than the hands and the cursor itself was just a different shape. At the end of the day, it just works the same. It's not um, Windows 2000 type of cursor where you could have like a arrowhead or a kitty or something. Like it's the same shit. Most people will not see the difference. So I don't care about that. The thing that I care personally is all of that with the glass and the way that it behaves and the transition that is not necessarily like working. This view is fine in terms of glass effect. I don't know how it's rendering on stream, to be honest. I think it's fine, but this view is okay at times, but then you have glitch in the icons when it's reducing. You also have issues when you go from here to dark mode. You can see how the entire control center just shifted up by not much, but you know, um, it It's weird. So it doesn't happen all the time. It happens at times, but not all the times. And then you also have, I don't know if it will work this time. Again, it is in beta. It makes sense that there is things that are kind of broken, but for beta software, there is like a lot of things that are broken that are supposed to be the core of the new version, and therefore I don't understand. Like if you long press a widget and you go into the edit widgets, it loads with the regular background and then it transforms it into glass. That's something that I don't really understand. Like, wouldn't it make more sense based on previous things to just have it load in glass by default? The widget itself is also rendered in glass by default because my background is black. You can't see that, but yeah, like it is transparent. So I don't know. I don't know. But most of the things are fine. Most of the things are fine. It's mostly the navigation and like search at the bottom that is like a new thing for most people. Like they have um, apps that are already using search in the native way will have their search bar moved at the bottom, which I hate because as soon as you have like a search in your app and you want it at the top, but you don't want it at the bottom because there is other things at the bottom, it's gonna just go at the bottom at some point automatically. So yeah, other than that, it's pretty nice. It has like this interesting on hover, like when you have something else around it, it's just bring you some shiny, shimmery thing. But same thing, like again, if I'm just shifting themes, things are not really accessible. And even though they say, oh yes, it is accessible and it is better and so on, it's not. I think the place where we see the most things is going to be around here because you have the ability to see how the glass itself is like basically changing it right here in the bottom section. The top section is fine, but yeah, the bottom section you basically have this darker background that appears to make sure that you have something, but then it's really weird overall. Like it doesn't necessarily work as you expect it to work, and then if you have a section that has light and dark at the same in the same row, you end up with things that are just not making any sense. Like right here we have dark glass. Right here we have weird shifts. The whole thing is fine, but that's about it. It's just fine. Dude, huh? What funny? Um, 170 is crazy though. 170 is crazy. One of the things that they have been talking about, and that is um, in their videos, in the thing that they have been talking about, is that's a lot of ass. 1 second, less ass. I mean, not less ass, but kind of less ass. There are a lot of things that I want to talk about specifically for the devs. There is a ton of things for the devs that are really good. Obviously, this is dub, so it's mostly dev-related stuff. But in their section about liquid glass, the thing that they are like the whole thing that they have made right about here. This whole video they are presenting how it works, how it behaves, how it's gonna be used, and they have some things that I'm like, I understand their point, and I have a LinkedIn post for in 2 days, I think, that is going to explain, but I'm going to explain here as well because we're live. It makes more sense to say that now. But in there, like there is a ton of things that they have where they show it as if this was the default states for things, and it's not the case. So I'm not dialing back what I said. I think it's nightmare for accessibility most of the time, but I think their presentation is untrue. They have presented the thing as it's glass all the time with the glass all the time potential screen for the home screen of the phone or your computer or whatever. But in reality, it's glass 3% of the time. And most of the time, it's kind of frosted glass like before, but with a tiny bit more transparency for now. So, that's a thing. Some of the thing that they have been talking about I think it's in this section specifically, with that guy that has basically things that are like presented for the accessibility type of thing. And so you have the transition between uh, everything, right? That's the point. But it's just these presentations that we have here makes a lot more sense than the presentation we had in the initial video. Like the initial video was not necessarily showing that much level of accessibility. But then when I'm looking at these things on my phone right now, they are not there just yet. So that's the main thing. But the stuff that you were talking about is basically these levels of layers. There is like 4 layers of distance plus the shadow that is impacting the contrast ratio with the background. So if the background is white, it will have a darker shadow. If the background is dark, it will have, I mean, the shadow will not go through, and so on. But like, there is a ton of things that are interesting. I think the tech is good. I think it's useless, specifically here, but I think the tech is interesting on its own. However, again, this is something that we've been doing for 15 years. Like, like here, like the thing that we had on the iPhone 4 right there. This is 2010, and yes, it didn't have the same reactivity with the environment, but we did. We did. I had that. And it's just weird. It's just weird to me that it's like all of the thing that Apple at the time was saying, no, don't do that. They are currently saying, yes, do that. And it's kind of bad. And it's kind of bad. But yeah, no, nonetheless, all of the thing that they are presenting in there and the accessibility thing that they are talking about is or are interesting. Like the one that you're talking about, the one that you are mentioning is basically this with the shadow changing based on the background to get distance and get contrast and have all the things right now. In order to make it like more separated with the background, it needs to go with a darker shadow, otherwise it's not necessary. I feel like it's a lot of wasted GPU. My phone has been hot today. I've been pushing versions of CAN all day. Also, it's working today. Yes. On my phone, so there is like a lot of things that happens. Yes. But still, it is not normal to have so much GPU consumption across everything. The good thing is that the app is working for me. Like it's still fine. There are things that broke. Good job, B. That broke, and I don't really understand why. As in, you know what? This is gonna be faster. This is gonna be way faster because that way I will be able to zoom in. Um, in the views, everything is fine. We have all of our stuff how it's supposed to behave. The only thing that is kind of weird is sometimes we have models that just pop and that are the new style. That's okay. But the dictionary section is now broken. Like the spacing in between my elements is broken for no fucking reason. And I don't get it. Like it wasn't supposed to be that tight, but it is. I don't I don't know. However, good thing is the thing that I had to do here with the transparent blur bottom section thingy to ensure that it was like readable and has like more contrast with the buttons themselves. That is now a built-in thing. So if I have a scroll view and I have navigation elements that are at the bottom, these are going to automatically get blurred right there. As you can see, there are some kind of lag here and there on this thing. Not much, but kind of. And yeah, we'll see. But overall, like the app is working, which is the most important thing, except this bitch. I've been fighting with this for since this morning. Not working. I'm so sad. It was working yesterday, and now it's not. Yay, me. Ah, sir. But yeah, we now have this in K. Appreciate. You know how much you've learned since you kind of started ish, since an arbitrary date. Um, but you know, that's pretty nice. Kira, fine, well done. It's kind of broken still here, but yeah, I can't do anything yet. I'm still in free tier on the cursor, so I need to brace myself every time. There is too much data. Like for me, this is way too complex of a view. The whole thing is you load this, you have too much information, and then you have too much information, and then you have too much information, and then you have information that you kind of like, and then you have kind of too much information but not enough information at the same time, followed by too much information, and then a bit too much information again. I need to fix this. Also, it's red and I don't know why. It happens. But the whole thing, going back to where I was, um, the the apps themselves, like if I zoom in, let's zoom in here. I don't know if it will work because it doesn't yet. So the whole thing has a bit of a shimmer type, right? But it doesn't necessarily work um, all the times. And it's kind of the same thing for the top section. It's just it works also on the apps, but um, just it's just weird. They have their things, as we said. They have the new customization for clear, and it's pretty good. Like I'm not gonna lie, the clear version is pretty appreciated. It is a bit better than what I had with tinted, like regular tinted white. Uh, yeah, I don't have backgrounds and things, so it makes sense that it's kind of broken, you know. And it's interesting. All right, it's interesting. It doesn't work though. But yeah, that transition thing is really weird. It's really weird. Nothing makes sense. Nothing makes sense. Anyways, uh, so the whole thing that they have for accessibility and for presentation and for whatever is okay. They are talking about a very specific point, which is I think this one or the next one for contrast ratio. And I like this, where basically what they say is if you don't need the navigation, it's just gonna be dimmed and not necessarily like as visible. But when the cursor or the user is gonna like bring their cursor close to this element, is gonna be brought up. That's interesting. Um, and then they also have things about a contrast for the top section. I know exactly the view in question. Uh, this is the ugliest thing we've seen, but it's fine. They have good guidelines though. That's what I would say. The guidelines so far have been pretty okay. Uh, and the actual transition, the actual time to transition is pretty snappy, so I'm fine with that. Kinda. But yeah, I don't mind it, but I don't like it. That's where I am. It's okay. They don't really have the thing that I was looking for, which is kind of sad. Um, but you know, it's fine. Like this is cool, but that's it. It's just cool. There's nothing more than this. The new navigation system is going to confuse a lot of people. Like a lot of people. If I'm here and I know that I have my profile, my gallery, my search, and my cart right here, and I add something to my cart, and it transforms itself into this, how the fuck do I go back to my profile? How the fuck do I go back to the gallery? How the fuck do I search? I don't know. Like, it, cool concept. Execution, again, really bad. So, as always, these things are presentation, demo videos, and things, which I understand, right? They need to, but now this is cool though. This is something that we kind of knew, but they basically have an effector range, and you can really see the effector range when you are in shit like this, where the distance for the group itself is ensuring that the refraction of the light is happening in the right spot. And so what usually happen, I would say, if you have like light backgrounds, just the dots are going to reflect on the customize button. So these are things that are interesting, but again, my feed today has been mostly and entirely people trying to recreate glass inside of Figma and failing at it because they have no skills. No, because it's not feasible. So, you know, uh, we'll see. We will see. But we've been seeing like a ton of things since Monday. Or just too much. Just way too much. I think we stopped last week. Last week. Last one. Here. We stopped here and then, you know, dang. So that has been my sentiment for now. And one of the things that is also extremely true, I can't see that. I don't have the biggest hands, but my thumb on top of the tabs is big enough to cover 98% of this glass bubble. But this is useless GPU usage. And you can still tap, right? You can just click and it goes through and you go from tab A to tab B. But but you don't see it. You don't see the glass. So that's why I said like it's basically like 103% of the entire thing being visible in glass instead of computing for no reason. This popped in because obviously Apple said that they are now doing concentric radius, and it's you just do a dot concentric. Um, so you know, it is extremely distracting, but also it doesn't really happen. So don't worry about it. Um, the other thing, like the contrast on this in app is okay. Like it looks really bad here. That's what I said earlier. It looks really bad in the media that they have shared during the presentation. And when you look at the things on your phone, it's way better. But it's still bad. But it's better than this. Um, and then that was fun for obvious reasons. I had to. I had to. The new version of Xcode, I haven't had access to it just yet. I think I need to update macOS to get access to Xcode 26, which is weird, but we'll see. This thing was interesting again. But yeah, the thing that I'm seeing is that Gia, or Up in the Zone, that has been in chat multiple times, has been doing. Hey,
Animatious just resubscribed for 34 months. I'm a time traveler.
You are a time traveler, for sure. Didn't you just redeem that on Monday? God damn. That's crazy. Welcome back. So yeah, Dia has done that and had basically not predicted, but everything that they have built is basically what happened. And so I appreciate it. And so it's kind of weird. Most of the thing that we have seen so far in my feed, at least today, is people that have said this is basically what we have built for Dribble, what we have made as fake concept, whatever. And it's weird that Apple just took it. So yeah, I don't know. And then they complain, designers complain about this, which is fine. It's really good. But yeah, like this one is one of the concept phone that I've dreamed of when I was in school. Like it looked amazing. It looked really good, but that's not the same, is it? So, you know. But every designer is doing the same thing. So we're going to talk about the thing as soon as I finish this scroll, which is going to take a while. Foundation model is pretty interesting to me because you could generate example sentences using Japanese words on device with a bit of a thing that says generate a sentence for something with a specific use case with that specific word that I have, and it would create a proper Japanese sentence using on-device models. So I don't have to have API cost, and it's also working pretty well for helping you have it in a different sentence with a different use case. So we'll see. That's a very interesting thing for me. This one is really weird. I haven't seen these blue and green things, so I don't think that's a thing for me, but maybe I'm wrong. This one was really nice. I'm sure you can read that. I'm sure you can rename. So this here is interesting. It has a bit of a transition right there that is okay, but this is the most distracting thing ever. It brings so much distraction when you are kind of moving things around or navigating or whatever. And I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea. And then, as always, Unicorn Studio just came in with their shaders, which does exactly what Apple is doing in one click, basically. You just, it's a shader. Has always been a shader. And it's pretty good. And it works. And it displays the contrast and the background and the things how you are supposed to see. So, yeah, we're good with that. So what I'm expecting is Figma to introduce something similar to this. I'm expecting them to introduce something that is going to be shader based at some point, but we'll see. We'll see when that happens. It might happen sooner than expected just because of what Apple just released. But we will see. We will see. Some people, again, have had things from a long time ago, like this was shared, I think, months ago. And it looks kind of similar. It looks glassy. Anyways, this one was nice. I think it would be great. I think it would be a great addition in some apps to see smudges in real time. And you have like smudge in the buttons that you are using the most. And then if you want, you can clean them up. I think that would be pretty cool. It's similar to the frost effect. I don't know if you remember that. There was one person that has made like a shader that has frosted glass. It's scrape the glass like the windshield on the car. I feel like this could be really similar, but the execution here in terms of the textures and all that is really good. So it could be something, um, you know, thing that person already made what Apple was done directly inside of CodePen. So we have that. Good. It's easy. Um, the menus are good though, which makes no sense to me. The menus are absolutely accessible and they are better, specifically where or what they're doing is changing the icon system that they have. And the menu translucence and accessibility is really good. Also, Lucia has red accent for everything, so it's, it's going to be red. But yeah. Side note, not glass, but kind of glass. These are really cool. These are really cool. Nice detail, nice addition. I love this thing for exchange or transfer or merge or something in between two tables. I feel like this convey what it conveys really well, what it should convey really well, and this as well. So, cool thing. It reminds me of the Oddball Studio icons. I don't know if we do have them here. They may have changed them. They probably have. Used to have like really cool icons on Oddballs that had really similar details. Anyways, so these interactions are pretty cool, but as I just said, the fact that the navigation is behaving per page or behaving per like user-defined elements is kinda weird to me. They have implemented something that I do like, which is like shit like this, which means models or element can be by default coming from the element that is clicked. Meaning that right now on my side, I only have the character, and the character, you tap on it, you have the sheet at the bottom that shows. In the new version, you tap on it and just expand into the screen that it's supposed to show. So I think that would be better, and we'll see soon. But yeah, nonetheless, there are some cool things around here. Going back to the regular me reviewing things, because not everything is glass, but most of the things are glass today. I'm sorry. These tabs things that we've been talking about for the past, I guess, 3 months now, really is a pattern, and we're going to see that more and more now. These ones are at the top for once, compared to the usual that are at the bottom. So that's an interesting change of pace. And these tabs are useful for some things. I would say there are some of the presentation that they have here that I would probably have changed. The priority might have been on the left side for me. I might have added the date for the due date or the date of the ticket on the other side, if it's available and it's readable. But it was still interesting. Good pattern. Good pattern. Um, this is the same thing that I've been talking about last week. This is bottom section actions that you can take from your thumb distance. So you go into something, it expands the bottom to give you a bit more information, a bit more actions, tools, and things. This one is pretty simple. It works pretty well. And yeah, I feel like this is a good implementation. It's a different person, so it's the third person that is doing this. Not a pattern just yet, but yeah, that happens. John made a very good teeny tiny video and teeny tiny threads on what is refraction and how to call things. So that's pretty cool. If you want to take a look at this and take a look at the threads itself, I highly recommend it. Take a look at it, learn about it. Useful. It is useful to know. It's good to know. Nice. And then, so far we've seen Unicorn Studio do it, Rive has done it, CSS and HTML and JavaScript have done it, Modify has done it, Paper is about to do it, they haven't yet. Figma has done it, we have some examples above, and Sketch has done it as well. So it is feasible, but it's kind of useless. It is kind of useless. And then that is sad. Kind of. You arrived early today. This was nice. This was nice how it lasted. This was the thumbnail. Yes, it was. Yes, it was the thumbnail, and then they changed it. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Was so good. Anyways, this made me laugh. If you know what that is, that's good. If you don't, that's good for you. Also, Dia is now available. You can't see it, but it's there. It's kind of bad. I don't like it. But now I just jumped in, took a look. Right? That's the thing. They are. I mean, they are. Yeah. 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 So there is like a ton of things, a ton of glass that people have done in the past. Costa has shared things, and we have shared things in the past about this. And I'm gonna glance over this one because it's better on the next one. So this is an SVG mask / SVG transform thingy. So you can 100% achieve whatever the fuck you want with SVG transform. So that's pretty cool. the transfer or transform of themes could be really cool, and this one is an interesting one. I don't think it's useful. I think it's a waste of resources again, but you know, it looks nice. It looked nice. And then we had more stuff, like a lot more stuff. Indentation and notch of things. Again, so this is a pattern. This has been anchored in my head now. This is a pattern. This is something that we are about to see a lot more. It's been 3 to 4 months that these have been just sprinkled here and there, and a lot of people like them. So this is going to become a pattern for the next few, I guess, for the next year. We're gonna see a lot more things like this popping in. So, deals. Usual. We had to. We absolutely had to. And then, oh, that's so sad. So Yan had an animation that was made, and then someone shared it without crediting, and then they got a community note, and then now I don't know if the profile is dead or if something else happened, but yeah, that's kind of sad. Ah, anyways, anyway, um, we've had other things. Someone is saying that the likeness from one side to the other is just marketing, which is absolutely true. The way that you are presenting things on the Android side just looks like shit, and the way that you are presenting shit in iOS side is pretty cool. So it is basically marketing. It will be the case all the time, but you know, more details. As Gwyn said, these are 2010 jailbroken iPhones, icon packs. I had some of them. And in this, what Ilya is saying is that this is basically what Arthur had done many times. And if you go back into some of his creations, there are a ton of glass elements from, I don't know, 2 years ago ish, about glass. And I don't know if I will find them, but yeah, it's pretty, like this one, for example. This is something that is from 2023, and right now it's just broken. Why? That's interesting. Why is you broken? Huh. Huh. Interesting. But yeah, it's an interesting thing to see that a lot of people have done the exact same thing before, and they will never get the recognition that they deserve, because Apple is going to take all the credits for that now, which is really sad. So yeah, just wanted to, you know, then that Jay has done this again and saying that basically his timeline is 4th class, which is good, and just made it into OpenGL or WebGL one go. This is new, and I kind of want to test it out. So this person is saying that they have released this movie trailer that is haptic based. So if you are
Hugo K. Bernardo just resubscribed for 28 months. Aloha Sensei up. Chat. Long time no see. Watch.
going in here. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. 28 months is a long time. How have you been? How's the day going? All day. So this specifically is, as they say, haptic, and you can feel the cars and you can feel the thing. So if you have an iPhone, just click on this and take a look. I need to check it out later. But yeah, it is today. It is delicious. It is amazing today. I have curls and I have waves, and it's good. I like it. And then this happened. Motion.dev, which is now just Motion, is also integrated with V0 and Figma, which is pretty interesting. So if you have, I mean, Framer, V0, and Figma, but it makes sense because Framer has acquired Motion.dev, I think. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Basically, what that means is that anything that is made within the Figma make thingy will use transitions and animation if you ask it with motion, which is pretty cool. So, yeah, that is a long time indeed. That is a long time indeed. That's almost a year. That's almost a year. That's crazy. That is crazy. So, what is the thing that no one has understood so far? Which to me is the most important thing. Right now, everyone and their mom is trying to achieve something and create something that is transparent, right? That's their goal. The thing is, most designers right now and devs did not or do not understand what's happening and what Apple has done. I have seen two people talk about it. And I have a post on LinkedIn that is coming in 2 days because, I need to span things out for no fucking reason. That's how things work. There. But basically, the Apple Vision Pro has been announced. And when they have announced the Apple Vision Pro, we got something that is like teaching users how things are going to behave. So we talked about this before. You got the Apple Vision Pro and you're like, cool, but I have this big ass thing that needs to go in my pockets. That's the battery that needs to be with me at all times. It trains the users to be tethered to something. And as I said, the something is probably going to become your phone, your iPhone at some point. And so basically, you transfer the computing power of your phone to your secondary screen that is on your head, on your face, and then you can contact and move and do things with your hand and be happy with it. But they are already training people that are using the dev kit that is the Apple Vision Pro to know that they need to have something that is tethered to their headset. That's the first thing. The second thing is now that transferring the existing UI that people are used to into something that is more glassy, they want to convert people or train people on minimal kind of shape-shifting UIs that are going to be AR based later. As they said in the presentations and in the videos, the elements are not sliding in or fading in, they are materializing in place. So for the play button is the example that they had, basically exists, it's just fully transparent, and then the transparency of the glass and the refraction and everything is growing to create that kind of wafer of glass to displace the things. So, then cross keeps hi and Sophie, hi, we're calling. How are you? Both of them. Good morning. Good time zone. Also, why the fuck are you still? It's 1 a.m. God damn it. So that's at least from my point of view, that's the plan. It's the transfer from regular user to then go into this and see and say, now that we have some glass elements and some glass behaviors here and there, you um, do have the ability to, uh, you know, convert into Vision Pro slash glasses slash contacts, all that. It is. It is. It what works. this is their clear version. So all of the icons are clear, which means that they are kind of buggy. Most of them kind of breaks, but yeah, there is micro glitch here and there. Also, Steffi, for you specifically, I'm trying to go back to Japan, so I will stream way earlier if I achieve that. And yeah, so it would be good. I would be like at the end of the day at 6:30 in Japan and starting the stream, which would be pretty cool. But yeah, no, yeah, I know, I know. If you have a company that needs a designer that can hire from abroad and give me like a visa support type of thing, please do. I need it. Uh, I've been trying to for too long. It doesn't work. Um, yeah, Japanese is really. I mean, right now it's kind of all my focus, to be honest. Um, Broskies, what was your ID? I want to know now because I've said that before on the stream, specifically to other devs. There have been times where devs and dev mindset have been um, like kind of forced to give up on their IDs because they can't think of another way of thinking about it. And yeah, sometimes I kind of unlocked how things worked. Like for one of my devs before in one of the previous company, he couldn't figure out something, and then I just said, uh, "Why wouldn't we do this, this, and that instead of what you are explaining to try to do because you can't achieve that?" And he was like, "You know what? That's a better idea. That's a better way of doing the thing." So have something, maybe ask away. Maybe I have a better idea. Maybe I don't. I don't know. And yes, there is a lot of designer jobs. However, they don't necessarily provide visa sponsorship and relocation things, but they also like uh, they would. I mean, to have the networking and the thing that goes with it, I would need to go into um, uh, events in Japan to network for real and not just network on LinkedIn because that's not fun. That doesn't really work. There is that, and there is also the fact that even though I can speak Japanese in an izakaya setting and like ask for beer because I don't drink beer, but like ask for uh, tori, whatever, that's fine. But I kind of need to work at line, basically. That's like I don't have any choice. It's either PayPay, Line, Rakuten, uh, or what's the other one? Uh, Siemens, you know. So yeah, it's just I know I've had like plenty. I basically have like an interview with a company in Japan once a month, twice a month for the past uh 2 years. Still nothing. So yeah, I have tried Medicari. I have tried. I haven't tried Stripe yet. Um, Ed Kroskis, yes, I remember that. I also don't understand why you would dream of working, but fine. Uh, the thing is, for me, because I lived in Japan for a year and I really love Japan as just it's really weird. I have like this weird thing with Japan, which is I'm not the typical weeb. in the sense that I don't really give a shit about the food. I don't really give a shit about the animes or the manga or all these. It's just that when I'm there, it feels like home to me. The culture, of course, is important, but it's also like the way that people behave and the way that I behave where I live and where I always behaved is kind of similar. So it feels really like it's my home. Mm. And so it's just, yeah. I am really looking, yes. I have like 5 recruiting companies, like talent agency that have my profile, that have everything about me, um, and are trying to place me, but because I don't really have N2 level Japanese yet, I uh, it's complicated. But that's why I built this. Eh? I can practice on my own. um, I do kinda すごいじゃん. Not that much. It's cool. Not that much. Um, I'm reading Crosskey's message because that's a block. I mean, I'm guessing the specific issues that you have, Crosskey's, is the type of device that your browser has. But yeah, I mean, thank you. Yes, yes, I will do my best. It's complicated. The thing that I'm looking for right now is like, uh, I'm on this website, which I mean, if you're a dev, you know that website. If you're not a dev, it doesn't really matter. But in here in Japan Dev, there is some at times um, design related jobs, and most of them are okay. I almost reached the end of this one, which is pretty annoying for me to see because I'm seeing that I went through the entire thing. I reached the like I think I had one more interview after that, or 1 or 2.5 after that, and this disappeared from the job boards, and now it's back again. And I'm like, I can apply again, but am I going to go through the whole thing again when I was there 2 weeks ago? Yeah, I haven't. They rejected me every fucking time. Every time. I everything that is in here, everything that is in here, I have applied. I mean, everything that I can. Like these ones, for example, the one that are resident and only, I can't. The one that are apply from abroad, cool. But the one that are like Japanese required, like required, I can't. Um, I do in some companies, but they are not looking right now. I have checked for with most um of the people that I have on LinkedIn that are like in Japan. Also, I have this that is kind of not true, but kind of true. I'm not there. I want to be. So yeah. But yeah, no, I have some people that works at Figma, which would be a great thing, but because I don't have like perfect Japanese reading, and I can't, I can't do that. Otherwise, I would be already, but I can't do that. The digital nomad visa doesn't really give you access to the health insurance, and because of what I have in my brain, I need health insurance to cover the cost of the injections, medicines, things. So yeah, the digital nomad is a shit visa. Great if you can be a nomad, but I can't. I need to basically just anchor myself. Um, it's I mean, as a French, that's so sad to say. As a French person, um, you basically have access to the digital nomad visa free without having to do the entire paperwork of figuring out when you come in and ask and all that. You have 180 days free of visa. Basically, you can go for 3 months, then get out, come back in 3 months again. But I need like my injections, and my injections without the health insurance cost 1,675 bucks. That's it. Not 1,000 yen, because that's fine. 1,000 euros. Yes. I mean, almost 2,000 now. Yeah. So it is basically the same thing as the tourist visa. Instead of needing to leave the country after 3 months, you can stay for 3 more months. Yeah. Nah. But yes, I have some people in Japan. I have some people that works at SMBC. I have obviously, I have some people that works at Amazon that have been ported from the US to Japan. Um, but every time, like I'm trying to go through, and yeah, the student visa is an option, but because I've been unemployed for 2 years and I've lived in Japan for 1 year, my bank account is too empty to go with the school. I mean, it's not true. I could, but like, I could pay for the school, but I couldn't pay for the food or the housing afterward. So, uh, I just need a job or a lottery tickets that just works. Yeah, it is. It is. It is. I do know that. The thing that is different and also annoying from my point of view is that, again, as a French in France, my healthcare is zero because I'm currently unemployed. Therefore, I don't need to pay anything. It's the social healthcare and everything that I have because it's a life disease that I have, which will kill me faster, which is good, but also that happens. Um, it's fully 100% refunded, so I don't need to pay anything. Ooh, but yeah, it's gonna cost me more when I'm in Japan. I don't. There will be in Japan. So it's in all that. But I've been looking. Yeah, I yeah yeah, but I wouldn't be able to pay for food. And also, a teaching job is basically ensuring that I cannot be in Tokyo. Like I would need to go in Tohoku or Beppu or somewhere else to be like a teacher in a zone that kind of needs it, which is good. I appreciate that. But yeah, I don't want to be at foreigner. I mean, really? Ugh, I don't know. I don't know. The good thing I tried as well because I can teach French. Uh, it happens. I don't want to, but I can. I looked for French teaching jobs as well to see because it's like more niche. It might be better paid. I have doubts. But yeah. But it is last resort. It's the thing that I absolutely don't want to do. And yeah, they do. Everything is French in Tokyo. Basically, where I lived, every building was named with a French name. every store almost had like a French name, and it's I don't get it. And then yes, Down syndrome. Um, yeah, you can do that with the business manager visa if you make enough per year that you prove that you make enough and that you're paying your taxes. It's good, and you also need to rent space for your work and to get the visa at least and hire someone. If you hire a Japanese national, you get the fastest way to the business manager visa. But yeah, not not my thing just yet. That's true. Didn't think about this one. There's also the cultural visa that the government doesn't like at all, because you're not necessarily spending that much learning something. So yeah, yeah. I didn't think about the humanities visa. That is true. That is true. Mm, mm. Gonna have a look. Have a look. I mean, the one that I would have is the skilled worker visa because I've been a designer for like too long. Eh. Um, but I have been trained as a Japanese. I mean, I I'm not kidding. My dad gave me knowledge that basically is the Japanese culture to an extent. I have a lot of things that are not Japanese, but like in behaviors and in human interactions, I have Japanese manners by default, as everyone should be like this, because it makes so much more sense to be respectful rather to be uh, hating on each other. French are doing. And the cultural barrier is slim for me. But yeah, it's going to be fine. But yeah, the skilled worker is the one that I'm aiming for. And I'm also going through um, these because the one case is one of the potential things. And Julie is a French for some reason that speaks French for some reason and Japanese and English. And therefore, that's pretty cool. But I have like other people in there that aren't like in here. And with Julie, we have had like discussions. And basically, what she says is as soon as I'm getting like N3 to N2 levels certifications, she basically has a job for me on the week. Like, it's just, I have enough qualifications to be hired anywhere. I just can't communicate well enough in Japanese to be hired anywhere right now. So, yeah, 100% my day is just learning Japanese. I mean, I'm building the app, which the thing that happens most of the days for me is I'm building the app, and so I'm running the app. I'm going through quizzes to test and see, like, is the thing working? Am I good with this? Is it like I don't fucking know this one. Um, yes. Uh, and so by doing that, I'm getting like more knowledge, but it's it. I mean, I have my entire N5 kanjis mastered, so yay me. And then again, I have my dictionaries. I need to practice the business dictionary way more than what I have right now because that's not enough. But it's my main practice. Uh, I mean, please do, please do. It's available on every platform. Since basically the last update, it's also available on iPad. It looks like shit, but it's available there. and you can sync in between iPhone and iPad if you pay, obviously. But yeah. And yeah, Kaggle. That's Kaggle, right? I'm not mistaken. That's Kaggle. I mean, to me that's Kaisha and that's Go. Kinda. So I'm guessing that's Kaggle. Kaggle, some Kaggle, all that. I can't. I'm still French, so that's the side where I don't know. But yeah, most of the thing that I have is that my Kaiwa. Ah, Kaiwa. Kaisha Go. Keigo じゃない. Kaiwa. That makes sense. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. No, my speaking abilities is good. I mean, is good. My understanding conversational abilities are okay. It's just I don't have the words. That's what is missing 90% of the time. I don't know how to explain my design in Japanese. Like I would be a kid describing like a coloring book. That's what I can do. Like for example, here I can read Nihongo, I guess Kaiwa, and then something. I don't know. That's not guy. Igai? Janai. But also, yeah, it's gonna be fine. It's just like it's taking way longer than I expected. I was expecting to come back from Japan, be here for 3 months, go back to Japan and be good. But yeah, Enshu. Hmm. Hmm. See what I can read it, I know what it is. Yeah. でも練習しませんな。今からアップだけ作りました。だから、練習しませんな。やさん。Yeah, no, I need to. I need to. It's just so much more work than expected. I think my goal right now, because I've been unemployed for so long, uh, it would be better for me to be a freelancer that make enough to sponsor my own visa in Japan, which for me basically means 3 to 4 clients per year. So, eight. Mm. It is. It is fully possible. It depends on the client as well. Like if I have Microsoft as a client, I just need Microsoft as a client once. That's it. Because they're gonna pay 100K for what they're asking, and then I'm good. Then I'm good for a bit. But it really depends. Depends on what I can do. Right now I have so much. Like my whole that's gonna be weird. My whole iPad is just books about learning Japanese and lessons and things. And some of them are really simple. Like Tobira is really simple overall. You just get like the basics, and they go through a nice system of kind of explaining how things work and so on. This one is really like introduction Japanese and all. But with my school, because I'm going to school for Japanese as well, um, these lessons, like the one that I'm about to do starting Saturday, is or are like a bit more business-y. I mean, this one is onomatopoeia, so that's a bit more complex. But also, it's something that I do all of the time by default. Um, but yeah, I just yeah. It will be fine. It will be fine. It's just like I'm here and I'm like, Tanaka-san, that's fine. I've seen Tanaka for so long that, oh, but then here, if I don't have the furigana above, I'm like, no, no. Tanaka-san, この頃悲しそうだね。この頃、この頃わからないな。あ、そういえば、there's also like a lot of words because of my dyslexia and probably again ADHD. I have the patterns, so I kind of recognize その通り、そうだね、それな, and all of that. That makes sense. But yeah, why now? Why now? I should. I agree. Did arms this morning at the gym as well. So yeah. Is that kinniku? I think it is kinniku time. I think that's kinniku. Yes, that is. Yes, that is. There is no question. It is no question. Uh, uh, but yeah, like this whole thing is really not that simple. Like this lesson specifically is overall the onomatopoeia thing. So goo is kind of right. It happens. The one that I use most of the time is fuafua because fuafua is fine. You have a girlfriend with a dog, fuafua. That's what happened. But goro mogu mogu, nico nico, ira ira. Mm-hmm. Pata pata. Oh. Pata pata. And the regular JoJo's references, obviously. Yeah, no, it's not. It is not. The reason why we are doing this now is because we have 3 more lessons and then it's the end of the year. And after that, it's the summer vacations, and then after that, it's starting again, and I don't know if I want to go back. I said I would, just so that they continue for the rest of the people, but goddamn, the way that they teach is really bad for me, or it doesn't work for me. Where we go over like, also this is in French, so you might not really understand what's written right there. I realize that now. I don't know why. But like explaining your work or the way of, or like the way that you count or organize numbers and all that. This one specifically is way more business related. But can't read. I can't read. 経歴をなす。仕事の経歴をなす。経歴。経歴。ええ Yeah, I'm the opposite. I can't read and write. I can write because, sorry, I can type because I can speak. If I can speak, I'm good. that's the thing with it's what happened with my English as well when I learned English in the first place, which was a long time ago now. I listened and did some shadowing and basically just listened to music, watched TV shows and movies and things, and then yeah, yeah, only your address, your name, and your for me, your disease, which is one of the bitch ass kanji that I can't read, uh, to get the health insurance. I mean, you know how the health insurance is like 20%, 30%. You pay yourself, and then the rest is taken by the government. And with the thing that I have, I can reduce that to 20%. So I can only pay 20%, but I need to pay $300 per month for it to be 20%. So in the end, it's kind of the same price. So I don't know. But it's also 30% for everything else. So, but yeah, no. Speaking, as soon as I can speak, I can type online and be good. And that makes sense to me compared to other things. So, yeah. Yeah, that is for sure. That is for sure. Like that's one of the thing also, as I said earlier, because it's free in France, like free, like fully free. Um, I need like income at least to sustain medical bills in Japan at a minimum, but also, you know, a flat and some food at times. Maybe some food, maybe, and the gym pass as well. I still have this. If you are from wherever in Tokyo specifically, you know what that is. If you go to the gym, and yeah, this is the regular anytime fitness pass. Go in any gym. It's doesn't work anymore, but you know, it's there. I mean, I, uh, but yeah, no, I just want to go back. The thing that I have like a huge benefits as well is this flat is mine with my sister. So when I go back to Japan, I can rent it out. So that's an income type that I will need to split with my sister, but that's fine. Not much, but still something. So that's a whole system, but I also need to clean it out and clear it out. God damn. But you know, I'm looking for something that works. Lately, there is Toyota that has pretty good jobs for the Woven City things that is in the middle, like near Mount Fuji, like the Toyota city or the Woven cities. That is pretty interesting. They are looking for someone to do navigation systems. And I applied, and they said no because I don't have enough knowledge in navigation systems, which is true. I don't. But yeah, so much things. I would be better at networking and doing things if I was in Japan, but I would be dying right now. Right this instant, I would be dead. Um, it is currently 26 degrees outside. I have the AC running at 18 degrees because I'm dying. Eh, I am dying. Uh, but I have like half of my stuff in Japan. I have my umbrellas, some of my clothes, some of my bed sheets, some of my lights, like these, uh, in a box somewhere in Tokyo. And I'm paying like $700 per year, a bit more than that. Let's say $900 per year. Keep it there. It starts to be a bit expensive. Mm. I have some shoes there as well. I have some good shoes, and I said I will come back soon. I can leave them there. I don't need to take them in the plane to go back to France. No, I should have. God damn it. Ah. So yeah, I am. I mean, my phone is the one that I bought in Japan. I still have my Japanese eSIM inside of it. I have my Japanese bank account. I have my Japanese locker. I I'm still paying for my phone number in Japan. Um, like it's I'm already there. Like if I land, I don't need to do anything. I have the bank account, I have the phone number, I have an address almost. I just need a job. Or or uh, inheritance from 16 of my family members at once. You know, um, maybe. Damn, she can't work on it. No, I don't have clients. I don't have clients. I hate clients. No, that's not true. I don't like looking for clients as a freelancer. I just hate it. Because it's selling yourself basically to make sure that they see your value, right? And uh, I just hate it. The thing is, Kane, I mean I appreciate it. Let's say that. Um, I absolutely appreciate it. The thing is, specifically for designers, if the relationship in between the dirty work of looking for a client and the work that is done is not with the same person, there is a bit of a disconnect, and there is a bit of a thing that then the client doesn't have the greatest relationship with the designer, and they think or they have a sentiment that the relationship is mostly with the salesperson, marketing person that is doing the scouting of clients. So yeah, I hate it. I am starting to be extremely active on LinkedIn for no fucking reason other than posting videos, posting text, posting other things to be like discovered. Someone in my TikTok feed said basically you need to spend 4 hours of your day reminding everyone that you exist because no one knows that you exist, and that's kind of true. And yeah, I it's it also okay. I see that. And also, yes, you're right. I mean, if my if my mom dies, uh, she has less money than me, so that's not good. If my sister dies, I might take something, but I don't know. But that would be appreciated. Don't die, please. I mean, you do you. I don't care. I mean, I do care, but don't die. You're watching. I know you watch sometimes. Don't die. Um, and then my grandparents all dead already, and that's about it. The rest, the cousins will not, inherit anything. So yeah, it's kind of a joke. No one is dying soon, other than me. Ah. But yeah, I need to pitch myself. Like the latest client that I had was pretty good for branding projects, but also yeah, um, hmm, I will. I appreciate it. I mean, I will do my best. I will do my best. Ah, but yeah, right now the thing is posting content on LinkedIn. What a concept! What a concept! Oh, I think this one was pretty good. Um, Obviously because I'm also transforming things to make sure that people know that I have an app and so on, you know. Something. Yeah, it just pisses me off. Have a good rest of your day. I think that kanji, I don't know. I have the soro and da. Yes. おやすみなさい。なんでおやすみなさい。あ、寝ちゃ。寝ちゃ。寝て。はい。お願いします。お疲れ様です。But yeah, this one was pretty cool. The one that I used Stony as an example. Which is right there. But yeah, I just did a bit of a video about using AI for code and so on. I might need to have something else about it. I don't know. But yeah, 215 impression is okay. I have some people that have followed me and some people that have like more stuff. I mean in the plans, Stony, as I said, in the plan, the whole thing, the whole thing, you like that's you. In the beginning, I say some of my dev friends are asking me, "How the fuck did you make an app when you don't have any code knowledge?" That's you. Uh, and then all of these, same thing. Like these ones are mostly dev related. So what I kind of want to do is ensure that the next run of recording that I'm going to do on Monday, first of all, I'm going to use another background, you know, so that they change, they look different. You don't know what it is. Maybe this one. Um, I don't know. And then so that you have diversity, and then these ones, these next recordings are going to be can related, so that you have a bit more content about learning Japanese in general and what worked, what didn't work, so that I can interlace them here and there. And then I might start to do, based on the fact that I'm recording 4 to 5 videos on one day, editing them, ensuring that I have all of the things in them, and be good with it. I think it might be better to post 1 or 2 videos per week on LinkedIn and on YouTube as well. So based on the length of that video as well, then that's a pretty useful thing. But yeah, these they are coming in. But it is. It is. These ones though, not enough views. Not good. Not good. I'm not getting into YouTube. That's the thing. I know you're gonna say, "Oh, you are." No, I'm getting into the things that I need to do. I need to. That's it. Like I don't have a choice. It's the only thing that is missing in my current content strategy is video format that can be reused and seen without having to repeat myself on stream. I will still repeat myself on stream. That is not an issue at all. It will happen all the times, but it needs to be there. I need to have something to then be able to have some, I don't know, videos that does things like the Exploring Galileo video, for example. At 492 days, it has 9,000 views. And so on this, for example, what usually happens is a video that has worked prior to the time or the moment you get this section validated, These video have no retroactive things, but they are pushed a bit more. So money related and other things that burns faster. But yeah, we don't. We are far away. We are far away. So I need to do that in order to go through. We are missing like 60 people. 60, 66. 66 people right there. And a lot more views. Like 3 million shorts view is debatable. The thing that is annoying is that shorts is, I think they haven't updated the time, right? Shorts are just 1 minute long, so I can't really put things up just yet. It will come. It will come. You sent that earlier. I clicked on it. They have. I don't use them, so I don't know. I might check them out. I might check them out for sure. For sure. What's this? You go back in your story. You said. Mm-hmm. See. So I can't. Guess I can't. And Kane, you sent a link earlier, and I feel like I haven't. Ah, dang. What was this? I'm just holding balls. That's what I'm doing. I mean, that makes sense. I'm explaining glass. Oh, I didn't see that. Let me look at it again. Oh, yes. Because my hands are right there. Therefore, I'm out of focus. I see. I see. I see. But yeah, so that's happening. We have a lot of content that is planned. I have, again, posts that are coming in this week, tomorrow, and the day after, which are text-based posts. And yeah. Mm-hmm. I see. Makes sense. I'm in the exact same boat right now. I'm loading 10,000 items, so it's a bit more. But yes. Yeah, I get you. I get you. But 800 items on your end of the spectrum is so much bigger than yeah. Yeah. Oh. So yeah, the overall thing that I was talking about earlier before we moved into Japanese relationship things, cross keys for the audio industry thing that you talked about earlier. I think there is what you're looking for, but you might not be able to use that because it's not the same hardware that you are that your brother have for now. That would make more sense. But yeah, get it though. Need a pee 1 second. I mean, a bit. Anyways, I thought. So yeah, that's. I mean, to me, the audio industry tech. I'm sure there are some of them that are doing the thing that you're talking about with the recording button, with the recording button and other things. Um, but yeah, and also you talked about uh, the beard and the tattoo, and that's fine. That is fine. Um, you said the audio tech sectors, on the other end, hardware, software, interconnectivity of software, it's locked the fuck down. That's interesting. I do see that, yes. I think the only sounds really weird, but the only way that you have to interconnect them properly is a VST plugin, um, so that you basically have an effect type of thing. Even if it's a transparent effect, you can then detect things because you are using the VST. I think that would be your best option to get something working across platforms. But um, yeah, I mean, for me, most of the thing that I've seen, and from the point that you had, you're right. It's either you buy the thing, as I was saying, you buy the hardware that does the thing that you're trying to do, and therefore you're good, or you're not. Like if you buy like a Rode, whatever, you would have the functionality that you need, or if you buy like a Zoom or something. But if you go into Scarlett, not what your brother would have, for sure. But as an example, um, you don't have any software that goes with it. So I get that. I My brain is screaming things, so maybe I'm gonna listen. Brain is saying that maybe Elgato has waves, and brain might be right. Elgato is so much interconnected with other things that there might be something in the Stream Deck slash things that could interface faster, easier than anyone else. And nowadays, going back to where we were last week, the fact that now you have the ability to get things for so cheap to basically unlock the software that would give you the ability to do the thing that you're trying to do might be a good idea. Like a Stream Deck Neo on second hand. might be like $60, and you know, yeah, yeah. But I mean, I understand the frustration of saying, well, it should be just in there, and you should give me the ability to just get in there. But yeah, like I use Wave most of the time for my audio stuff because they are just good, and you know, it's nice because they have really, really cool plugins and things, and also it works on Mac. But they are expensive at times. I'm sure that there is or are some things in there that would probably um, give you stuff that you need, but like it is software related stuff, software related actions that would work for you. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, that is true. I didn't think about that. I didn't think about that. The fact that I mean, specifically, you said that uh, buy graphic cards for the Mac. No, monitor. Yes, yeah, I can buy monitor. Memory. That no. Yeah, the current thing that we have is the Amoeba, uh, am, am, Ami, Amoeba Rogue Amoeba. Yes, that what we have. Uh, these are the only one that does audio software better than Apple themselves for the integration into things, and basically everything else from Elgato is using Rogue Amoeba stuff. So audio hijack or loopback is the thing that is in the background of the wavelength, that thing, that pixelated thing right there. Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind the participation fee though. I'm not paying like a subscription, which is good. Like not anymore. And again, I boy math a lot, girl math a lot. So this computer being uh 3 years old now, that means 900 days. That basically means um, it was brain $4 per day, roughly, maybe six. I can't do math. uh, but yeah, so that participation fee is fine for the length of time that I had it. The PC on the other end, this one was not a good buy. Not at all. I paid way too much because I'm a dumbass and I imported it from the US, so I basically paid doubles. And yeah, yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. It doesn't though. It would be so much easier if I was someone that liked Windows as an OS because I have it on the other side. You can't see it, but I have it running Windows to run the fuck beaters. But um, I love Windows for streaming. like it makes so much more sense to me. It would be so easier to do 99% of the thing that I'm trying to do. But yeah, like macOS is so much better for me for my lack of need. Like that's really what it is. I don't need any customization. I don't need anything that I want to work on works, and I don't really need to tinker through, but not too much. And nowadays that I have started to build my own app, if I need something, I'm probably gonna build like an assistant or something to do the thing that I want, and then just use my own software and be done with it because I can. So yeah, that's a that's a pretty useful thing to know and to do as well. Why do I have notification all the time? All times. Yeah, there was like everyone is doing this as well. Maybe I should do this as well. Uh, you know, because just because I can. That was the initial launch type of thing. They have a full animation to show you what Dia is and what they do. I should have cleaned up my before I launched it. Now I lost I lost that launch animation for sure. But I've been doing this for the long time or the longest time to get like um, other things in terms of launch animation. Like Stack was really good as well in terms of how you see things and how things work and so on. But it's just so laggy that I can't use it. I wish I could. But yeah, overall, nice. Like most of the newest tool have like pretty cool interfaces. But this is like this one has the last post we have is from 2023, 2024, I think. So yeah. Dia, to answer your question directly, Dia is the newest browser from the browser company. So Arc is what they have done, and now they have created Dia. And first impression, it's kind of shit. Um, and I don't have the use case. That's potentially a personal thing, but the overall thing is you get a browser that is AI based. So you have a chat and you can ask it to do whatever the fuck you want. And let's say you want to go through a research paper or something, you can go through that to, I'll go through that. If I want to go to YouTube, for example, I can still go there, it's fine. And it will send me to YouTube. And if I want to, select everything for now, and open the chat, he gets a bit of a, not a feedback, but like, that's crazy. Information about the tab that you're on. So right now, this one is kind of bad. I should just go into Medium. I think Medium is going to be easier for me to get like a bit of a. Can I not do that? Can I be on something that is not there? Well, it's fine. And here, for example, I can ask stuff to the tab, and it will basically do a recap of what is there, how is there, what I can do, what I can't do, and so um, so it's interesting. I I think overall there is a ton of things in there that just don't make sense. Um, like
Leon Hearth PL is now following.
I I'm not sure how to pronounce the name now. Lyon. Lyon is very French, very French city. So maybe that's where you are from. I don't know. Welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in. So yeah, in there, for example, I can like ask it to recap a page. I can ask it to do specific things, and I have some personalization that are options, redefine things. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I think it. I think it's okay, but it's also not how you are expecting things to go. Um, One of the things that I do like about it is that it is the same way that Arc is breaking the size of windows for most people. Like for Stony, for example, the view is not like a 1080p screen. It's a different width, and therefore it fucks with the breakpoints and all of that, and so that's good. Dia is basically doing the exact same thing. So that's good because that means that you can have like a bit of a critical attempt, and you can 100% get something like a half screen, so that you have like the regular tablet mode, then you have your chat on the side, whatever. But that's interesting. There are things in there that are good, but there are also a lot of things in there that are not necessarily good. And you know, it's yeah, all that. Like I don't even know if I have or can ask for things. You know, potential, which is good because the pricing is not in there. Pricing is not in the recap. So, yeah. Also dance. Yeah. So that's interesting. That's a potential. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I'm gonna stay there. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's necessary. I know that Chrome is adding the exact same thing using Gemini instead of GPT or whatever, and it seems to be some sort of the direction in which people are going right now for browsers. But other than that, I don't. I think I will stay on here. Arc is much better for me right now. Uh, Mainly because I mean, because I can do this. That's to be honest, that is the main reason. Because I have the ability to just say, give me desktop version, like small desktop version and phone version in one go to have like multiple tabs just to test things out. That makes so much more sense to me than Arc is better for me compared to here. And we'll see. Maybe one day I'll change. I have doubts though. I have a lot of doubts. But yeah, that's also what they are saying. Basically, the more discussion you have, the more algorithmic memory the the browser get about you, and then um, and that's interesting to an extent. I feel like there is um, something interesting about the fact that they are going 100% into like personalized assistant for you. It's way more, or it could be way more accurate than other things, mainly because it will have access to your calendars, your mails, your things. And so the goal, I think, or one of their goal is for the assistants to do the thing that you want them to do for you as best as they can, based on their understanding of you as a human, which is interesting. Why, you know, we'll see. We'll see. Right now, cross keys. The browser, well, you have Zen browser that is really popular, but it's Firefox. So if you're a designer, forget about it. If you're a dev, forget about it. If you are browsing the web, oh, that was very French, browsing the web, then you're good. Yeah, do that. Zen is pretty good. If you want Chrome, but without the Chrome, like Google things, Brave is pretty good. If you want weird, Opera is pretty nice. And then there is Quiche, which is French. So I have doubts. Haven't checked it out in a while. But Quiche is mostly iPhone, I think. It's not desktop. But yeah, a lot of people are saying that Quiche is much better than other browser for the iPhone. So I might check it out at some point. I don't know. But yeah. I mean, the thing is with Brave, you basically have a Chromium-based browser as well, but still, you know, better. The other one is Horse browser. I don't know if it's still there. Remember this? Uh, I'm just scrolling to the section in question that is why you download Horse browser. Right, you arrive here and you're like, yeah, you know what? Maybe not. Ah, yeah, I'm gonna download it. There is no questions. I have to. I have to. It's, you know, Turbo Horse as a footer. Yes, 100%. 100%. I'm downloading. Yeah, fine. No problem. You're late indeed. You are late indeed. It's almost as if you were like on time for another time zone. But yes, this one is just fun, just because it has horses. Uh, and it's not free, which is kind of sad. DI is not free either. DI is going to be paid, and they are going to be paid for the chat side. But you still have like a Chrome-based browser, anyways. So that's a thing. I don't know if I like it. That's good. That is good. But yeah, there is Zen that is pretty cool. There is Opera that is pretty nice. There is Chrome that is still good. if you're running Linux, you are kind of stuck with Chromium anyway. Like you don't have much more options. I don't think a lot of the others are gonna work. Arc is, you know, good. As they said, Arc is gonna be maintained like Chrome is maintained. So it's just make sure that everything that is coming to Arc is just patches and bug fixes and other things do not disrupt. Yes, because the browser itself is pretty good. There is no wild feature that people are requesting that they need, and this is the main reason why I'm going to stay on Arc. Probably is just I'm here, I'm doing my stuff for myself, and then I just need to check stuff for taxes, my business, my dating sites. You know, like it's just having the quick access with this the profiles and things is so much better than anything else. And yeah, we like it. We do like it. They haven't degraded Max at some point, which is debatable. And they also have their iPhone version of Arc, which is really good. There is something in Arc which is night. Andy, hi, welcome in. And JD, welcome in. Good job. Good job. Did he forgot the underscore? Or did he do AOAA in the other way around? Ah, damn. Appreciate it. Thank you for the rate. It is 0. I get it. I get it. I get it. Vitamin. Hi, welcome in. Astronomy, welcome in. Goddamn, I appreciate it. Thank you for the raid. The tour raid. I need to go back into my OBS stuff, to be honest. There is so much shit that I need to do for what he has. Thank you, Finite, for the shout out. I highly appreciate it. After the fact. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. There is something that I want to do with glass. I'm just obviously. So if you remember how the overall welcome, JD. If the overall way that Finite's plugin works for Blur, there is something that is the source like source as mask. And so there are things like, for example, when you are starting or chatting for the first time, you can see that at the top of the screen, we have a bubble, kind of similar to what Andy has done, Andy Levy, different Andy, has done for creating like the Dynamic Island-ish notification thingy. And in 2022, a long time ago, I did a version of this that had a version
V1
of
to Mink _ Stacker is now following.
that thing with background blur. And I kind of need to do that with Finite's plugin. However, the way that it needs to work is so annoying. Also, thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate that. V1 Taminic is Tamink. I mean, vitamin K is nice. But basically, what is the situation is I would need, let me skew that. Would this would work? Yes, I would need something that is, no, not this way. No, bitch. I need the yeah. I need each of my fucking thing to be stacked together. So I would need like my background, and then I would need my screen recording, and then I would need my camera, and I would need all of that to be combined into something that is one scene. And then here, I would need to have some sort of a layer that is where my scene would be, like my scene enclosure for all of these. And then on top of that, I would need my uh, notification below to like be there. But that would mean that basically I would have one scene, and that one scene on the press of a button would trigger move transition to change the placement of things, right? Like here, but like not different scenes themselves. It did that before. Um, and it 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 needs that level of stack, and I don't like it. That's all I wanted to say. Could have said that faster. Um, but yeah, I already do nest scene. Like everything that is an N is a nested scene. Everything that is a bullshit, it's a browser source. Um, and all of them are really, really stacked behind this thing. It's on top of the names, of course, because I'm trying to show things. But yeah, like there is so much already. This scene though might happen at some point. I don't know. I feel like it's a potential. Um, it's a potential. It might be good to get the Mac and the phone at the same time if I'm working on stuff, but I doubt. Pop off, hi, walk on in. Walk on in. But yeah, that whole thing is pretty simple. The the system though, is simple. Like the transition is simple. I know some of you might say no, but the system of having um, what I call keyframes, which are not keyframes, but they are keyframes, um, for each scenes, for each elements, like saying that maybe my camera needs to be uh, blurred at sometimes, or my camera needs to be cropped in a very specific way, or some whatever. That works, and that makes a lot of sense to just go through things quickly. Like if I'm going here, for example, camera is blurred with finite plugin, um, and you know, all of that. Yes, Xeldro plugin is a potential, but I'm streaming from a Mac, and sometimes we have issues. If you, um, if you are, if you are like a designer, think of them as layers. Like my current follow account that is right here, right? That this thing is this thing. Like that's it. That's the scene that we have. And so it's in the center, it's a cropped scene, and it's just there. It behaves there, and if someone follows, it's gonna trigger an animation on that scene specifically. Then I'm just reusing that scene here to make sure that it is in some position. For all of my box, I have uh, a scene that basically triggers actions through Atom, and that enables. I think the bitch is gonna be easiest to see. Um, it enables like one at random, and then we set it with the top level things, and that whole bitch scene is a layer that goes inside of my alert scene. In my alerts, I have all of the words that I say most of the time, that is, or that are listed on top of each other. And so these are going to be actionable layers that I can have at times when needed. And all of that is like the system or the base system. The thing that I've done, which is working and pretty good, obviously I made it. I'm so full of myself. That's the wrong key. Anything that is in the good question. Good question. Which one? Green? One of these. Do I have triple O? Somewhere right there, maybe. I don't know. Um, I see. If you are in FX, if you're wrong, you should be good. You should be good. Well, that's the thing that Exeldro plugin can give you with the ability. Yeah, that's not O1. O1 will not help. Yeah, that one was a thing that I did as well. To know like which layers are necessary for what type of scene. So this whole thing, it wasn't good. That's the stream file. That's not the one that I'm looking for, though. I'm looking for. You're gonna tell me it's an O2 again? Was O2? Stick O3 just for the sake of having it, and it just includes like. Yeah, I think downstream keyers would basically work for what you're trying to do. It is! God damn, if I had a brain at times, that would help. This is the thing that I basically had, and if you want to take a screenshot of that, if you are someone that is new to OBS but still wants to get like a kind of clean setup, this is overall what I recommended when I built the clean slate
EA Growly
things.
Bear is now following.
See that tiny thing right there? Like it. Thanks a lot for the follow, Growly. Appreciate it. Well, come on in. To the regular things, right? The regular behaviors that I have is I define my main scenes, and then for each things, I know that I have some audio type sources, I have some video type sources, and so on. And so all of that was dumbed down into a naming convention for myself, but also for other people to understand because it just makes so much more sense. And you now know that when you're on your OBS scene, navigation thing, whatever, if you have something that is called BS, it's gonna be your browser source. And the reason for this is when you are nesting scene, you can just search for BS. It's specifically not necessarily like nesting scene, but when you are using Atom or StreamerBot, if you're using StreamerBot, because that's also a thing, in there, getting some things like the right scene, the right colors, the right stuff, it's way easier to say, well, this thing that I need to change is supposed to be one of my text layers. Therefore, I'm just going to change that to my text layer. So for now, for example, because I do have different themes on my whole system, um, you know, it happens. And that's based on the theme shift that is right here, that then gives me nighttime, daytime is dead. I'm so sad about it. Yeah. I can only blind you with yellow or be good with some purple. Yeah, no, I called. Hey, I know, I'm sorry. It used to be good. It used to be good. Also, that is. But yeah, that's the thing. So I know which scene, which specific elements needs to change color, and in which scene it needs to happen. And so that is because most of my scene sources things have the right correct names for most of the things, and this is the naming convention that I had, just because it makes so much more sense. And so this is based on OBS 27. So there is a ton of things in there that needs to be updated with. Basically, instead of using OBS shader filter, I'm using finite everything. So got radius, advanced mask, blur, and yeah, it was 2021-ish, 2022, and then I stopped. But yeah, this was like a product that I sold as a one clean install things. You can just download the zip. You have your portable OBS, your streamer bot install, your scenes, your sources, your images in one go. Everything is ready. So you just download the zip, put it wherever the fuck you want, click on OBS, and start streaming. Like that was the goal, and it worked. It was pretty cool. And now with Elgato Steam template thingy, might come back. It might come back. Because if I can export a scene for macOS and Windows at the same time, that's yeah. Gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. But yeah, all of that is could happen, could re-happen. I don't know. It was really nice. You can see OBS 27 right there. How old this bitch look compared to now. But yeah, when we had things like uh the Japanese-ish themes, where I don't have them right there, I can't see them, goddamn. And we had some blurred effect here and there. These ones were pretty nice. As I said, the most advanced thing, which I think right now would be way much more interesting to do in terms of plugins that we have, I think that would be much better. I don't know if I put it here. I think I did, but I always forget. You know, that's usually what happens. Or it's been a long while. That's an old me. A very young me appeared. This chat overlay was the interesting thing. I don't know if I have it here or if it's on the previous video. But yeah, that chat overlay had like basically the messages go through a reverse thingy. But also, yes, I am different person right there. I don't think I tested out on this video right there. I think I might test it out on this one. Yes, I did. Dang. That was fun to create. That was a nice detail. And I think right now this would be a bit easier to do with Advanced Mask because I can use the position of the elements rather than anything else. And also have like a specific scene for the cut. So that would be an interesting thing. Yeah, like that's the type of thing that we used to do. So if you have, you know, OBS questions, feel free. Feel free. Or design question in general, that's what we do as well. We were just talking about Arc because Krosky was saying maybe potentially changing browser, and Arc just announced Dia, which is Chrome with a chat, and Chrome is gonna have a chat. So yeah. First one is French. Okay, without the with the E at the end. It's very French. Like a lot of the features that are in Arc are really, really useful. Like personally speaking, I love to go into it like this, for example, and you're like, oh, I don't know, maybe I need to check something inside of this. You wait 5 seconds, you get your content of the page. Oh yes, that's the thing that I was looking for. That's right, that's the right link. I like this. It's kind of useless 90% of the time, but when you are just looking through and it's basically the same thing that Wikipedia is giving you, you end up with a better overall navigation system. That makes sense. Many leaders have been fired. You mean in Argentina? Right now? That is interesting. Oh, in your company? That's crazy. What happened? That's the gossip we want to know. We want to know about them. What's the information? What's the information? But yeah, no, overall, that's the big thing. Yeah, right. Hi, welcome in. Am I right? Am I right? Am I centered again? I feel like I am, but not necessarily. I think you're gonna miss the drop based on your trajectory. You're gonna, you know. Also, we have almost Ajax right there. So congrats on landing at 90 points. God damn, bitch, that is, bitch. God damn. God damn. Oh, I see. It's becoming an AI company. Well, your company is gonna die. I'm sorry about that. Based on past experience on the companies that have switched to AI first companies, there was a bit of a backlash and a bit of an issue with it. So yeah, oh, I'm not making it at all. At all. Yeah, you neither. Today is rigged for. Yeah, we're good. We're good with that. No, I didn't. Oh, you know what? I didn't check. Let me check. No, I didn't. Oh, I didn't. I have the full Apple event right there. The whole 2 hours of events plus the whole 1 hour of me bitching about what they did, that is ready to be edited and chopped and then pushed to YouTube, which will get the MCA strike thingy because I'm using Apple's content. But it's a React, but it's most of it So we'll need to edit it to be like less than 2 hours for sure. Um, and we'll see. We'll see. I think the the good thing, maybe, uh, would be to chop it off with every time I complained about something, which is like basically the whole 2 hours. Well, yeah, um, yeah, it doesn't make any sense, Tony. It doesn't make any sense to have my own logo as an emote. But yeah, no, cross keys. I think if I were to need to uh, change browser, I would currently probably go to Opera, which I know sounds weird, but yeah, I would probably just go Opera. I know, like either this bitch just because it's weird, and why not, or regular Opera classic things, uh, because it kind of makes sense to me the way that it's set up and organized. But I would rather stay on Arc as much as I can rather than moving to something else. As I said, I tried, where you went, to go back to Stack because it's okay. uh, we have like the navigation stacks and the content and the behaviors and all that makes sense. And I like it to have like different pages or different bases, I guess. And what? Yeah, I love this view. It's just so laggy. It's so slow. It's so slow. It's so good. I like it. But Opera is probably the one that I would go for, uh, just because it makes sense. Firefox is just weird to me in terms of design related thing. I still need to have it on my computer. I don't have it now. I need to re-download it. I need to have it to test things out. But also, Stony, I don't think I have enough um, slots. I do have one slot for the animated, and I don't have my logo in animated. So, yeah. Also, my emotes are not used anyways. So, like, the only one that are used by me, the animated row, like, the shiny, the cash, and the eyes. That's it. That's about it. So, and then these ones. These ones makes a lot of sense. To all of you, specifically name. Which I understand. I understand. Which also proves that uh, building an emote pack, don't do it. If you're a new streamer, please don't. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, what most people use is these. So it's just take weird screenshots off your screen when you're doing faces, and you're good. You're good to go. I wish we had more standard emote, free emotes though. Like that would make so much more sense. But we don't. We do not. I do have these though, which are kind of like my logo to an extent, specifically this one. So I guess this kind of count as a logo? Probably. Probably. But yeah. Yeah, no, I know. Me too. Me too. There are like some people and some channels that I am absolutely uh subscribed to that are simply because I like the emotes. Like that's the only reason. I have reduced the amount of subs that I have, to be honest. Um, I have perfect because again, I've said that before. There are reasons. That's my first ever subs on this platform. So they're there. Probably gonna remain there for a long time. Matt is just Matt. He doesn't need the money at all. And he is tier 2. So, you know, makes sense. And then Duddy's good. Chris hasn't been live in, I don't know, a long time ago. And then Bot, which is currently watching, just hates it when we subs. So that is the reason. And then Plush is doing amazing emotes, and Lulu is the same thing. Like she's doing good emotes. So yeah. To be honest, the main reason why I'm still subbed to Pod is because I end my messages when I'm leaving a stream after a raid with this emote. That's it. That is the only reason. I just use this thing every time, and it represents me so much that I need this thing. Yeah, that's what happened. Also, in the side news, weird things, you know, you probably haven't seen. We've had this happen. Last week. we finally we finally got a path to affiliate completed a week ago. So we can finally have subs. Tarakan, hi, oh god. After 4 years with subs, we can finally have subs. Yes. 100%. 8 days ago. The company that boats that old browser might be a concern. Who bought Opera? I don't know. I am now interested. Oh, I mean, majority owned by Finland is good. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I mean, that's my website of choice right now. So, yeah. Like I'm deep in the Chinese things. Eh, mostly for the ass, as always, but you know, have a lot of good things as well. design related. So. We do. We do. Like that. Shit like this. Someone shared something earlier today. And yeah, someone used my own post. And the fun thing is, they shared my own post. Someone asked a question. They shared my own picture from my desk. I can see the grain. I have the grain on my desk. Same picture. Which is kind of fun to have. But I mean, I'm really happy to have like all that. Also, I am replying in Chinese there, and they are replying in English, which is appreciated. But you know, that happens. It's fun. It's fun to see. But yeah, no, most of the things, like I'm not necessarily um concerned about Chinese, forget whatever. Like specifically for privacies and content, I don't care. If what I'm getting out of it is good, I'm fine with it. No, they know. They know. I mean, it's basically when you share a post in EU, that's going to be ass all the way. For sure. For sure. Ass all the way. When you share a post EU, you have this thing where you get IP tracked. So whatever you share will have, I mean, not here, will have the IP or the location in which things have been shared. So, for example, in their comments related to things, right here, see that my comment has been shared from France, and therefore theirs is from Beijing, and this one is from Canada, so on. So, that is why and how they know I'm not Chinese, but also 100%, if you just click on my face and you load this, that's not. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Terragon, I know 3, and then I know one of these magnificent things called Google Translate. For anything that is Chinese, I'm using Google Translate because I just can't otherwise. But yeah, it's also really confusing for me because most of it is like similar to Japanese, and so because the characters are kind of the same, they are not. It's just like it's hard. But also now, from their latest version, they have introduced translations and things automated, so that's really cool. So I can read, but I can't really speak, so I need to go into Google Translate to change stuff and reply and be good and so on. Which is really interesting. The good thing from my point of view, and most people will probably disagree, I am seeing things in Xiaongshu that are related to Japan really often, and that are not things that would be disclosed or presented from Japanese media or from other platforms. But this is really interesting to me, where you go into this platform that shows you exactly what's happening. So I've learned that there have been stabbing and murders and fraud and breakings and a lot of other things in Japan through this website. And me looking at the news most of the days, Japanese news, they don't talk about it. So there is, as always, there is like a bit of a bitch censorship. That's the word that is going through every country because they don't want to, panic and whatever for the people of the country. But, you know, interesting to me. It is interesting. But yes, going back to what I was saying, this is one of the websites that I use for reference for things. On the other end, I'm also on Rabbit, which is got an A, goddammit, right here, which is the Chinese version of Pinterest. And it's pretty good. Basically, Xiangshi, the one that we were on earlier, is the Chinese version of Pinterest, Instagram, and TikTok in one. Huaban is just Pinterest, and it's Pinterest at a very specific time. Right now, we had like a lot less things from the new version of Pinterest, but it's still better than Pinterest for most of the things. There is less ads, and yeah, have a good food time. Right now, because I'm not logged in and I'm also not in Chinese close city and my VPN is not on, kind of hard. But, yeah, it is. It is. I do agree. I do agree with that, Jurgon. I just think that most of I mean, for me, it's mostly for um, inspiration in different versions, if that makes any sense. Like if I'm looking at this, for example, this is a design that is very much Chinese. And we talked about that before from some of the things that I have on Changchu as well. But the quality and the details that they have are very much Chinese. You wouldn't have these types of icons, these types of stickers on a regular US based app unless they have some sort of knowledge about types of design. It's still a mix of a lot of things, 100%, but the way that they are presenting things and the way that they are not necessarily following like the layout patterns that we follow is really interesting to me. And so all of that, and the reason why I'm going into Chinese related stuff is mostly because of also that requires me to log in for some reason. Yeah, like that's really interesting to me to just take a look, have a different inspirations free here and there, and yeah, it's also really good to get like I appreciate that. I think that's for me. uh, but China is really nice when it comes to its software overall, and there is also other platforms and other part of the world which right now I'm really sad about it. But on Behance, I have spent so much time with Pakistan designer with Ukrainian brain. Ukrainian designer from Ukraine, which right now it's a bit of a bad thing. We can't really have much of them. There is a lot of people from Czech, like Republic Czech, and like I hate saying this, but like Middle East um, is like a ton of really, really, really good designers, and most people don't know about them because they are just in the whole of US based, Europe based designs. It's just like, ugh, please move away. Please find inspiration elsewhere. Like if I'm looking at all of these, most of them are going to be kind of the same, kind of boring, good, but kind of boring. Um, so yeah, yes, I had cross keys, and Terracon that is in the chat also has at the same time. What do you want to know with browser sources? But yeah, like most of the Ukrainian designers I've seen and followed and worked with have been really, really good. Sadly, a lot of Russian designers are really good as well. And right now it's a bit harder to get access to their content. Many reasons. But, you know, that's the thing. Spaghetti, hi, welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? So, yeah, I was just wondering what you'd experiment with. I have zero interest in streaming myself, but I like building stuff. So the thing that we did with Terragon was breakpoint-based browser source, which change size based on the source in which it is, and which implies that it changed the layout. So you had a breakpoint of 1922 for the starting soon scene, 1921 for the chatting scene, 1920 for the regular scene gaming scene. So basically, that switched size, and that was automated through basically JS, whatever layout, jQuery, things, the plan. The other thing that we did was use Figma as a browser source. So the thing that we have done many times is this. I think it will be way faster if I do this. If I'm creating like a new design, and I know because my stream, my stream is 2160 by 1080, so 2:1 aspect ratio, right? That's the plan. And then if I'm saying this right here is going to be some sort of a green screen, you go in there and you say, well, this is green, right? Pure green. Well, this is going to be a prototype. So I want this to be a flow starting point. And then I want to go in my prototype, and then set prototype right here. Once I have it, I'm going to share that prototype. Make sure that anyone that can have the link will just be able to see it, right? So just copy link right there. Be good with it. The very bright green, I know. And then I'm going here, and let's use that right there. That's going to make a lot of sense. So add a new browser source and say Figma BS, even though I should just do okay. And then this thing is going to take Figma link that we just had, the 2160. What did I say? 2160 by 1080. And that's going to be on top of everything. It's going to not load, but kind of load. You will have like a bit of a cut. And now we have a full screen thing. So I need to interact with it to allow cookies. And now we have a full green screen in our BSC, right? So that makes sense. I'm going to just hide the UI so it doesn't really break anything. And now that it's interacted with, I'm going to go into that browser source specifically and get myself a filter, which is going to be, I know you can't see it, but which is going to be a chroma key. That chroma key is going to be simply green. And now we good. What that does is because we are However, because we are currently using a browser source right here, you can't see it because it's chroma keyed. As soon as I come here and I say somewhere around here, we have a rectangle. And now I have my ability to just play with my screen and say, well, right now you don't see the screen. That is not allowed. And this is just, you can't see me. But you can see me. You know, if I saw something fly by, and I hate that. Oh my God. So with basically having a green screen on your Figma file, you can then enable things to potentially trigger tiny animations, tiny thing that you wanted to have triggered here and there. You have like a loop animation, something that you want to do somewhere else. So let's say you wanted to have this element in a component, and that component has multiple variants, and the second one is like this, and the first one is, you know what? The first one is like this, and the second one is like, it's like this. And so the goal from here is that you have a bit of a, I'm now paranoid about this thing that flew by. On not hover, it's just going to be after delay. I have a delay of 1 second. I need this thing to be smart animating for, let's say, three, um, you know, 3,000 milliseconds. So is massive. And then I'm doing the exact same thing on reverse. So after a delay of 1 millisecond, it's just going to revert. Cool, cool. That means that if I put that right here on my stream, we now are going to have, or we're supposed to have, a transition that happens after delay on that automatically. Right now, for some reason, does it work? For reasons. Needs to be navigate to, and then this one needs to be, no, it's supposed to be changed to, my bad. Oh. Still no? God damn it. I'm confused now. Eh. But now that this has been refreshed, I just need to refresh it. Now I have this thing that is animated on my stream through Figma. So you can do so much with Figma overall. You could also do this if you wanted to, like, well, not really right with my mouse. I can do this. And you know, like that's some of the thing that you can really, really simply do with a browser source on your stream. This is just with Figma, but you can do a lot of things. Ollie, which has been here before. But I have. Well, I don't think that's the one. Yeah, I don't think that's the way. Um, is it underscore TV? No, no, that's not it. Um, uh, yeah, a lot of things are built in JS. So only that I was looking for, but I can't find right now. Used to have his whole um trim overlay, Tailwind, and I think Node or whichever. No, Svelte. It's Svelte. Yes, that's the thing. Wasn't Svelte. Svelte at the one. Overall, just because it makes more sense for him, and not TV, JT. That's the thing. Basically, had the entire thing that we have here, with the animation, the transition, the things per scene done with in code with the browser source. So basically, host his entire thing somewhere, and then displayed as a browser source inside of OBS. It's pretty cool. At least for me, it's pretty cool. I like it. But yeah. Also, you're right. Yes, Streamlabs is shit. That's not a. That is not a question. A good tool. It's a good tool. The company is shit. I need some background for that. So, Streamlabs is currently named Streamlabs because they lost against Streamlabs OBS that used to be their name. Basically, what happened is they asked OBS, the OBS project, if they could use OBS in the name because they are using it as the base for their software. And the OBS project said no. And they said, you know what? Fuck you. We're still going to do it. First offense, right? And then they lost in court or whatever. I don't know what happened, but they removed OBS from the name at some point. And when they did that, they changed the website that they had. And what happened was we figured that they absolutely copied pixel for pixel, text for text, a competitor app. And we had Streamlabs' new website and competitor website, and it was the exact same text, the exact same spacing, the exact same content. The only thing that they changed was at some point images to represent Streamlabs as the tool. And we flamed them for it on Twitter. And they said, oh, yeah, that wasn't supposed to go live. It was an internal test for reference only, but, wasn't supposed to go live. But you had all the links working, you had all of the text working, you had all of the pages working. Not supposed to go live? But that happened. They reversed, they did their things, and now they have their new landing page, whatever. They have been stealing content from everyone, everywhere, since they exist. So this company itself, from my point of view, has been dead before they could reach my machine. Ever. Like, that's that. Yeah, Streamlabs is really bad. Use Mailed instead if you need to use something else. But yeah, the thing that you would, or the thing that I would potentially give you as a high potential cross keys, if you really want to experiment and do some dev stuff, shaders. I'm sure that you can have a shader. That's something for finite, to be honest. But I'm sure you can have a shader that contains UI element. I'm almost certain of it. And I'm almost sure that you can have a shader that reacts to events that are tracked by OBS itself. So, Mix, hi, what one? How are you? How was your day? So, I'm sure that you could have a Lua shader or something that run on OBS as a C, as an effect that contains your entire overlay. I'm almost sure of it. So yeah, I think this would be like an amazing thing because the shader is usually kind of lightweight. Usually kind of lightweight of a file type, and you end up with something that is understandable by OBS itself. I think it's pretty cool. And you get that inside of an effect that can just happen on top of the content. I think that could be really cool. I think the shader, like if I'm looking at this, I would love a shader that has my full account, my active chatters, which apparently needs to be refreshed, uh, the chat as well, um, and potentially like the position of things. Like I'm almost sure I could do that with a shader. So, yeah, and because that's basically like a local thing that would run on OBS directly instead of a browser source, you would have more draw potentials. Like if you use a browser source and the website that you're using as a browser source is dead, then you did. You know. If you are on Mac, no. If you're on PC, probably yes. But yeah, like going back to what we were saying earlier about inspiration. From other places. Something from Argentina, I think. You now have a PC. That's crazy. That is crazy. Indeed. The reason why I'm looking around for the fucking flying thing is because it was kind of mosquito shaped. And I hate these bitches. So, yeah, if I can just kill that thing, that would be appreciated. I think that's the best move. That's what I used to do as well. And I used to basically have the Mac sent to the PC. The issue that I have is macOS is shit when it comes to interacting with Windows through an Elgato capture thing because it's flickering. It's flickering hard, and that is because ProMotion is not a stable 120 hertz, and you need to cap that at both screen being the exact same in order to transfer properly. otherwise it just doesn't work. So yeah, I have so many. We talked about that before. I have uh I have the 4K Pro, the Camlink, the Camlink Pro. I have everything. I have one of each. The Camlink is currently used for the camera, and the Camlink Pro are used inside of the PC. Makes more sense. But yeah, the Neo seems to be pretty good as well. It's simple. Like that's all you need, technically, right? You don't need more than that. Like, so I get it. I get it. Also, looking at the announcement that we've seen, that bitch. Oh, that's a fine, gonna die soon type of situation. Not uh sorry. Uh what the fuck was I about to say? That yes. The the announcement from um Apple yesterday about metal and metal in games and all that. Jonathan, hi, welcome on in. Welcome back. Um have been pretty good. That like they're doing a lot of good things. Oh yeah, I needed to talk about that as well. That's true. That is true. Some of these are uncanny in a weird way. So the one that I watched about on-device LLMs situation thing, um, which has been somewhere in this fucking list. Like we have this one, but it's the other one that I want. These ones are 2 months ago, so that's not the one. Where is it? Where is it? That's this. I mean, yes. I have a lot of things to say. Um, why? Why here? This post looks weird to me. There is something about the body language and the face movement that, like, specifically the mouse movement, the blinking, and I mean, it is a bit of a perfect overall thing, and it is the case for most of the speakers. Um, like the mid-liquid metal, liquid glass that we talked about earlier. The first post is kind of more energetic, has body language, hand gestures, and things, and he is really, natural. I mean, not natural, but like natural in terms of how things look. This one, there are some shots that could have been AI generated, and it is a lighting and a prompt recommendation, 100%. But there are things I'm sure that are like kind of it's enhanced in a way. Like This one doesn't really have that issue at all. But yeah, that girl specifically had like some of the most stoic, non-moving thing, and most of their speakers are doing the same. So, like, they have some emotions, but it's like somewhere around that amount of emotion, uh, not much more. And it's just weird. Yeah, I mean it's the area around the eyes, but it's also like they don't want to say it. They don't want to say it. There is something about the people that they have chosen to be the speakers this year. I mean, there is always something about the speakers in Apple related thing, but there is a ton of natural, unnatural thing. Like, if you look closely, some of these speakers are human, maybe, like 100%, no issues. Potentially reptilian, but pretty fine. I have doubts on this one. Like, I get that there is hand movements, like small hand movements, but not much. And I like that you said that. That's just a Finnish guy. Um, but like, there is no shoulder movement, there is no face movement, there is a lot of prompter. They need to look exactly in the camera and recite their content. Yes, but it's like it's crazy how it is. Um, I think this one was the one that I was also kind of confused by. He's very enthusiastic, which is really good. She is weird in her speech. Like the speech pattern is off by like 45 milliseconds. Not in terms of how it sounds and how the lips are moving, but mostly the exaggeration of the accentuation of things. It is wild. So yeah, like it I I haven't watched Severance, so I don't know if it's kind of similar. Maybe that's the vibe that they wanted to have this year. But like the amount of things that are human until you reach the face on everyone is really weird to me. And it they last year was the same thing to me. Yeah, there was one specific that I obviously um, forgot which one it is because I've watched so many today. There is one where it's the girl that I think I said the same thing last year. I think this guy is kind of the same type where they have used speakers that are uh, uncommon for the sake of rendering not AI. Like that pattern on this shirt, not AI for sure. That haircut, probably not AI as well. I mean, I have the same. So, that's the thing. And they're really DEIing the whole presentation, which is really good as always. But yeah, uh, this one was really good as well. But she has uh, same thing, like less, but still. It does. All of these videos feels really AI, really generated. It is really intentional, obviously, right? It is Apple, and Apple is extremely intentional in anything. But um, you do have one here, right there, like here. Huh, we caught it. um, but the whole thing, like the whole body language, is so weird to me. Nonetheless, this one is really good. If you haven't seen it, if you haven't tried it, if you haven't looked at it, this whole thing specifically about the um, how SF symbol animation works now is really nice, and they have a ton of good stuff happening in there, and we kind of like. But yeah, like most of them are really off to me. And if we go back to some of the previous one from last year, for example, that have been edited like last month, it's similar-ish. It's not the same, but it's kind of similar. They have a bit more body language. Just a smidge. But they don't move around. And they don't do much. So I don't know. I think this one was interesting-ish. But same thing, like these ones are moving, but there is something about the way that the lens look. For that split second, there is like artifact around the person. There is things that don't feel natural. Like almost like if we had chromatic aberration around the face and the details of the person. Don't know. It feels weird. It feels weird, nonetheless. Going back to what I was saying, and the reason why I went to the Apple announcement, most, if not all, of the new metal encoding and decoding that we've had released today, 2 days ago, are really good for streaming as well. Like this one, for example. It's pretty nice. It's really good overall. It's a good concept. Not good concept, but like good encoding, good rendering as well. And so that overall thing is gonna be better in the long term. So I do like it. But yeah, it's the thing. I don't know. I don't know. Nonetheless, we've seen like a lot of updates. A lot of people in the Reddit and Twitter community have been asking for the same thing of, are we able to do that in Figma? And that's not the right thing to ask. You might miss it. Might miss it. Might miss it as well. I will miss it as well. But yeah, no, the whole design community right now have been trying to recreate the Figma bitch, the glass thing. I have a post on LinkedIn in 2 days talks about this. The current state of the design sphere on social media is trying to solve the wrong problem and having the wrong discussions at this instant. They are all, if you look at it, if you go back, they are all trying, or at least from today, to create or recreate glass inside of Figma, inside of Sketch, inside of whatever tools they are using because they can. And the sad truth is that they are all figuring out how to do this. And it takes them a certain amount of attempts to, you know, um, like liquid glass, whatever. I should have this. Some people have achieved it, some people have not, but like most people have done something that is those. It's take them 7 steps to go through all the thing that we have used last stream on Monday, um, like the last logo, which is somewhere around here. Same stuff. Like it's a lot of processing for no fucking reason. And in order to get this, I had to do so much layering, so much things. And if you go into dev mode, what do you get? Nothing. You don't get anything. You don't know what that is. And so what needs to happen instead is basically, instead of trying to recreate what Apple has created inside of SwiftUI, you just need to tell your devs this is dot glass effect parenthesis dot regular. That's it. And that takes you 3 seconds in a Slack message. And right now, everyone is trying to just create glass without achieving it properly. And it's just a mess. Just a mess. It's useless. It's a useless waste of time. What did you get? Yes. Yes. Appreciate it. But yes, that's the main, I mean, to me, that's the main thing where designers are currently trying to achieve something that is not supposed to be achieved inside of the tool that we currently have. And they are finding workarounds to achieve that thing when the easiest workaround is turn to the right, send a text to your dev and say, here is going to be what we use by now for this specific component. And that's it. So I know that designers and dev have a bit of a hard time communicating because they don't speak the same language. But right now, like I said, uh, like this is what you need. Oh shit. Man, that's all you need. That's the SwiftUI 26 value for the thing. Yeah, it is built in 26. So anything that is inside of this bitch, inside of here, anything that is glassified right there that has like the bit of a, you know, shine based on how I turn my phone, whatever. All of that is basically just dot glass effects dot regular. Like, I know that the usual meme for the devs is read the fucking documentation, right? We know that. It's the same thing for devs, also for designers. Also, 700. God damn. Congrats, me. But it's the same thing for designers. Right now, if I'm a designer that is working for an iOS app and I know that my dev is working in SwiftUI, I am not wasting time. I'm saying this is blur, this is like a background blur thing, and I'm sending this directly into Figma or whatever tool I'm using with an annotation that says build a glass effect on this. Or the other one that I do like and I use most of the time, which is dot foreground. I think most of it. As always, we have talked about this before, and we have seen also that's something that I sadly can't really have access to here. But uh, foreground, yes, I forgot. Dyslexia took over. Just, just shush. Um, where are these non-TDing things? Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I guess I'm gonna need to do that manually instead. Oh, dang. The version of the OS that we had right now, I had this in the settings on beta 1. And we made them change it because it's shit. Right? So, with that in mind, it will also happen probably that there are things that will probably change and be updated for the Finder icon, for other things, and yeah. Um, I mean, foreground would be interesting or for good. I'd, I, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. It's okay. It's okay. In the other news, in the other thing that we had in there that have been really good, if I can find it, because it was really nice, other than titties, because obviously I have a lot of titties on Threads, for the same reason that I have a lot of titties on other platforms, like the gym. We have a lot of gym-related stuff. Um, yeah, I can't see it. Anyways, the thing is, the main point has been in iOS 7 first release, like beta release 1, we had thin ass font, glass ass things that were not accessible as well, and contrast and accessibility things that were not there. And then by the time that we reached public released, we got more of the details that are known now. That's the same thing here. We have like a lot of things that are currently broken and that will be fixed later for sure. Um, yeah. Also, this is something that we absolutely agree with. Um, this is a 2019 post, but yeah, that's basically what we need. I I, I don't make the rules. Portrait, expect when I watch a video, in which case landscape, because of course that's how it should work. Otherwise, it's just fixed in portrait. You know, yeah, that yeah. Nonetheless, the thing that I kind of wanted to talk about earlier, but that we don't have it on Twitter, but we have it in here, is this. That person has created a Vision Pro E camera-based navigation system for their website. I love this. This is amazing. This is an amazing type of content. God damn it. This is such a nice concept of having your cursor, like as you can see, pinch and then drag and pinch and drag and locate and pinch to make the action go from nothing to something. And I think it would be pretty cool for a page to have like interactions like this here and there. Not all the times, but you know. Yeah. Damn. Oh, goddamn. My arms got tired right there. Yes. I think it's really cool. And they have done like a lot of things as well, like a lot of other cool interactions, concept and things in a lot of places. And I do think that, I mean, we talked about this one before, and really nice. Like they have a ton of really, really good teeny tiny things here and there, and I should just click that button because you know it makes sense. But yeah, like if that's their website and that's the thing that they want to have, I think this is really cool. Of a concept. What do you mean you saw your face on it? I know. Yeah, it happens. Happens. Yeah. Also, this one was kind of fun to me. That person said people that are criticizing accessibility haven't seen this, which is what Larkham said in the beginning of stream. Then that person said these things are accessibility options, specifically like the background, the border, and all that. These are accessibility related stuff. And and then what they have said here is absolutely true. Like it's just these should be turned on by users that are struggling with using the OS by default. And so not like if most people are saying that they can't see things that it's inaccessible, then the design is shit. And then they said that's fundamentally not true. Fundamentally not true. And I'm like, it is true. It's what we are all saying. So I kind of like this. People seems to kind of like this as well. And then he said something along the line of, I think my point was missed. And we're like, no, we got your point, but you missed the point that we had. And most people are replying the same thing, and he still doesn't fucking understand what we are talking about. Like, I think we gave up. Most people have given up by now because it's like you don't get it, so okay, but yeah, that whole conversation. I mean, that person had like 117 comments, so I get it. But yeah. Anyways, anyways, details. So there is a lot of more stuff on Threads that I might start doing some reviews of likes on Thread. If I stop liking ass on the Threads, but if we can show that on stream, I don't know. There is a lot more stuff in there that is really good, but like ass as well. So it's gonna be kind of complicated. Be kind of complicated to ensure that I don't. But yeah. I do. I did the same thing for Twitter. That's the reason. The thing is, Threads, you can't have a secondary ass account. Like, I can't do that. I need to be linked to my Instagram account. I have 5 Instagram accounts, but like they are for purposes, not ass purposes. I mean, they could be. They could be. No one would complain. I wouldn't complain. I might make it. No, I might not make it. I think the glass is good. So, but you will probably see that soon, and you might have missed that in the beginning of the stream. I don't know if you were there. Also, from my point of view, is right now their goal is to bring people to understand that the UI is vanishing. There is less and less user interface that is visible to the eyes. It's adaptive. It reacts to its environment. In order for you to get used to AR and glasses and Vision Pro for now, but like smart glasses like this soon-ish. This OS change, from my point of view, is a transitional state for ensuring that the people that are currently looking and using frosted glass thing, which is already like, it looks like the thing, you adapts to the content and so on, that these people can say, well, we now have a bit more transparency and it makes sense. And then tomorrow, years, we then announce like glasses or better version of Vision Pro that is light and it's not looking like something crazy. And we then still have something with the UI that is behaving and interacting with the environment and reacting to things. So it is a transition point to to train you as the user to know that yes, things are going to be transparent, things are going to react in a specific way, and like the search bar at the bottom of this page is translucent to an extent. The navigations in this is broken, by the way. The navigation at the bottom here are, kind of behaving in a way that is adapting to its situation and its environment that makes sense to that specific use case. So when you go into Vision Pro / AR environment, you are not lost and you recognize this interface that is morphing and behaving and so on into something that just makes sense to you because you are used to see all of these changes and these behaviors that have changed in the past. But for me, that transition right now is a forced transition to make sure that you understand that it's going to go into something else. But the glass effect is kind of shit. Like that transition is fine. But if I release here, I don't think you can read it. But obviously this is not like what happens to release it because my background is pure black. It's fine. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the plan. At least from my point of view, that's the plan. Also, that was the plan yesterday. It was a good plan. Very good plan. Great plan, even. Less great plan. Still, good plan. But yeah, that's the. I think for me, or from my point of view, this is the trajectory in which we are going. It's just like transforming a current static flat design into more of a transformative-ish, VR-ish, AR-ish, like interface. That's the plan. It will probably work. As I said, it's has been their goal. My all-time high point of remembrance of my dad's friend that worked at Apple that 20 years ago told me that he was working in research and development on something that is basically the Vision Pro, but without the glasses because the glasses didn't exist. So it was the controls with your hands on top of a projector. That's what they were working in 25, 30-ish years ago. And we saw that happen 2 years ago. Like that basically came out because the tech is good enough. They were working on that 30-ish years ago. So when you think of that, in terms of timeline, I'm thinking that since they have figured out how to make the Vision Pro thing, and it's pretty good, it's pretty compact, it kind of works, heavy, but it's nice. We probably will have glasses faster than other manufacturer. And then I think I forgot if Zuck has said this. I forgot if it's 7. It's 7. I think Orion, their glasses, is 7 years in the making. Like they've been working on it for 7 years to achieve this. So crazy. And Orion, you don't have access to it, and you won't have access to it. So, you know. But yeah, it is training. I think it's training and getting you used to it. Like you just that's the norm. Like if you have never seen a UI before, you might be lost for sure. But because you know where or how a button is supposed to look like, and where things are supposed to be in regular behaviors, then it kind of works. I don't agree having the same UI across all platforms, but I get uniformity across their products. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I agree with that. And it's not necessarily like uniformity. If you look at the iPadOS 26 and iOS 26, they share things, but the iPad is way more opaque than the iOS version. The iOS version has way more glass even there. And the Mac, which I haven't updated yet because I'm streaming and therefore I'm waiting for beta 3 before I can move on to ensure that most of the devs that are working on maintaining OS continuity and all that worked. And I have updates. The thing is that like it's just making sure that you have a UI that is as transparent as possible so that you forget that it exists. And so that goes back to some of the question that I think Crosskeys had last Monday, or it was someone else. I forgot. Someone, one of you, asked, what is good design? And basically, good design is a design that you don't complain about, the design that you forget. because it just works. The thing that you're supposed to see in the space, or that you are expecting from your point of view to be somewhere, it is there. So, right, if I'm looking at my mic right now, I'm expecting the mute button to be either in the front or at the top. That's where it is. Usually in other mics, it's in the front. That's where I was expecting it to see it. But then they have placed it in the top because it is making a lot more sense to just tap on it to mute the mic. That makes sense. And so right now with that new glass thing, it's just gonna fade the elements in a way that is non-destructive. It take off of what you see and your distraction, and then you will focus on just the minimal-ish environment. I've been using iOS 26 for 2 days, and I already kind of not see the glass anymore. Like, it's just pissing me off in some spaces because it's not good, but in other spaces it's fine. Like, that's the thing. It is really, really easy to forget because it is transparent, and because it is transparent, it makes sense to have it in other environment like Vision Pro. That is the plan, or at least that seems to be the plan for me. Um, yeah, the shiny icon borders, yes, I agree. I agree. I think it's bad. Yeah, one of the things that I've kind of shared as well is this view, which you won't see, but you will see. Um, we're gonna need to be in the accessibility because that's gonna make more sense. Um, these new toggles, right there, right? These are the glass toggles that most people are showing. If I'm using my phone and I'm putting my finger on top of one of these to just, increase contrast or reduce transparency or whatever, you saw the transition. You saw the glass transition happen in this thing. But I absolutely did it. My finger is too fat. It's tiny your thumb, but it's just on top. And so the only time where I see the transition is if I manually do this and then I slide my finger down to almost the bottom of the screen, just play with it. And it has a nice haptic and all of that. But other than that, I do not see the transition. And it's the exact same thing when we are here and I'm navigating in between these two tabs. I see that something kind of blobbed, but I don't see what you see on stream right now. Like that blobby. I don't know. The slide, if I'm sliding in, then yes, right here I'm paying attention to it because that's on purpose. But other than that, on tap, I don't see anything. Because that's what I said on Monday. I don't have fat fingers, but I do have fat fingers for these UIs. Most of the animations and most of the things that I've seen is just it like I tap on thing, but I don't see the thing light up or expand or flex or whatever. It's the same thing with the light. If you stretch it, you can stretch it in both direction. Um, I never see that. Like it's a nice teeny tiny addition of something, but it's GPU usage for no fucking reason. Like I as a user, I don't see it ever. In the other thing that is kind of weird to me, the highlight around the elements right now, if you look closely, I'm going to pick up my phone as slow as I can. and it hasn't moved. And then if I start moving, it then triggers the rotation, but it has a bit of a flat delay, millisecond something. And if the phone doesn't move, it locks it as an image. And then when the phone starts moving, it needs a good half a second to be triggered again to start having the animation. So all of that is just GPU trying to process things as fast as it can. And yeah. Yeah, Ilya had a bit of a video. I don't know if he saved it. If he saved it, um, or he kept it. Yeah, he kind of does. So in here, in this one, this is the refresh. Like this is something in the developer settings that shows you when the screen is refreshing or when there is like screen refreshment, screen refresh, whatever, for some elements. And so right now you can see that the things that are supposed to be like triggered or impacted by glass are refreshed all the time. So yes, there is probably like a reason for having this with having this for battery saving, but at the end of the day, also why is Marcus bald again? Yeah, it's probably for battery saving, also for other reasons. I don't know. I don't know. Nonetheless. I was about to say we haven't been in Nan stream in a while, but I don't think Nan is live. And Zinka is now live. But Zinka's wins is done. And we don't support that much anymore. So Vash and Maya and Cat. Hi. I am going to send you to the usual duel on Wednesday. I almost pressed the button. Who's there? Do ya? Do ya? Shit. What do they do? WebSocket? WebSocket? Some socks on the webs. Cool. Let's go there. So, as always, thanks a lot for being here. Highly appreciate it. The VOD is going to be on YouTube in one go this time. Tony, I know the spam. I deleted that thing. I know. Appreciate it. If you have a question and I'm not live, join the Discord. As always, if you want a question when I'm live, that's going to be on Friday. And I have a neighbor's meeting tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. I am not sure. Anyways, if you want to learn Japanese, as always, please check that out. And if you want to give me some money, you can come here and buy a UI kit because it's pretty cool. And yeah, as always, eat something, drink something. We're gonna go to Suyash. I don't know what they do, who they do, but Stoney is recommending. So If it's bad, we blame Stoney, as always. And congrats to myself for winning. And yeah. Yeah. Usual. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other, and I'll see you all on Friday. Bye.